Hello. Hello. I was sad. What can I say? Hello. Hello. It is. Well, where am I? A little off center, a little off kilter, but it is I. You can be at ease. It is your favorite streamer, Cheese Louise. And today we're playing some more Greatest Attorney Chronicles. But real quick, before we start, I did that thing that's all the rage, the Twitch interactive throwing system. No, Twitch integrated throwing system. Oh, hey, look at my cursor. That's fun. I should probably make it so that doesn't happen. There we go. Yay, no cursor. Anyway. Or TITS for short. And no, there's no shorter way to say that. But yeah. So now you can throw things at me. Ow. 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 Oh. Who was that? Ow. 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 You missed. You missed, you moron. So yeah, you can elect to throw cheese at me, or if you use one of my emotes, it'll automatically throw that emote at me. Or you can throw a GameCube at me, or you can throw Cheez-It at me. Ow. Ow. Oh, I might need extra stretch breaks today. But yeah. I do want to check and make sure real quick that the redemption works. Oh. Yep, I did it. And yep, it does not do it again upon marking as complete. Good, good. And so just throwing cheese is very cheap. Ow! 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 You knocked me out of the room. But yeah, thank you, Orbeez. Throwing cheese at me works. You can have your points back though. And where's the other one? Oh. Ow. It's not supposed to knock me that far. Let me try again. Alright, maybe I made those a little too heavy. It's killing you dead, I know. Sometimes Cheez-It just misses though. I think that's kind of funny. Where did she go? I have too many redemptions and no one uses any of them. I should get rid of some of them. There we go. Oh. Let's try that again. Wait, oh, that's not the right one. I don't want Cheez-It time. It is not time for that. No. Why? Hang on, hang on. I think I need to reduce some of their weights. I'll BRB. Why am I sad? Because I typed numbers. Numbers make me sad. Apparently. Anyway. Let's try Cheez-It again and see if she doesn't knock me out of the room this time. Ow! Why? What about the GameCube? Ow! It really clobbers me. Okay, alright. I'll be right back again. I'm not sad this time. Ow. 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 Stop. Okay. Alright, now let's try GameCube and cheese it. Oh. Okay, that was good, that was good. I just need Cheez-It to not knock me across the room. You know what, it's fine. You know what, it's fine. Oh. Oh, and I need to test the emote. I wonder how this works. It doesn't work. That's how. What if I do just one? Ah, the emotes don't work. Oh, whatever, I'll fix it later. Anyway. Alright, let's get our system real quick. No! Alright, ow. Okay. Alright, I'm done throwing things at myself. I'm gonna play Great Ace Attorney. You can leave now. Oh, what was that? Oh me, oh my. Oh my goodness. Anyway, last time, things were insane, as usual in this game. And we left off right before we were gonna do a great deduction. So we're gonna find out why Iris is standing there guiltily pretending to have killed a man. And it'll be great. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. Song's playing on the gramophone, man. He's not singing, he's unconscious. / asleep. So then, to Musicland, where all this is... Ah! Oh my god, that was loud. Why is sound alert so loud? No. Wow. Alright, hold on. Where is sound alerts? Why is it not showing itself in the audio mixer? I just need to turn it down a little bit. I'm not mad, sound alerts. I just need you to be a little quieter, so I don't die next time.
Your face!
Wow. Ow. Oh, hey, I recognize that name. Anyway, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Whatever.
Do my best!
Hey. Alright, I get it. Are you enjoying your channel points? That's fine, that's why they're there. Wow. I should turn it down a little quieter though, because it's still like blowing my ears out. Wow. Wow. Let's see, move it down to... Alright. I think about 60%. Alright, I'll do one to test.
Oh, come on!
Ah, that's still really loud. Is it because... Well, I'll have to go to sound alerts and adjust those later. And Drankyo Drank, you got it. Not first and last. If you're not first and last, then you're definitely not banned, so... Alright. enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction, let's go. The game is afoot. Banned? Why would I be banned? I don't know. You're not first and last, so there's no reason. What's this? This is Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It is an Ace Attorney game that is set in the past, and we solve things and stuff, etc. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he is German with no grasp of the English language. It's Miko Toba. He's like Danganronpa. Yeah, sure. It's like Danganronpa. As evidenced by the dramatic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. Alright, Sholmes, you're always off, but like you're super off right now. Chat, this is the man who is unconscious. He is Japanese. He is not German. So why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. It's clearly an Italian mustache. Dang, you right, though. I do like that Sholmes is doing a deduction on Iris. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbly is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar. And resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Sorry, I can't say in a British accent. Believe me, I tried. Nice vest, thank you. My mama made it for me. Mama Wormies. Now, the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of this set? What is that sentence structure? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gosrich Sigismund von Ormstein. Words, names, German words. What does von even mean? It's like of or from, but it's usually... So it's like of a clan or of a family. Franziska von Karma, you know, or Manfred von Karma, or yeah, Ilyasfiel von Einsburn, the King of Germany. Yo, Iris, you killed the King of Germany? It's crazy. She's Louise von Twitch. It would be more like Cheese von Louise. If I was German, which I mean, I am a little bit German, but I'm not that German. I'm not German enough to warrant a von in my name. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. I like how Iris is just giving him the look of, Sholmes, you're like extra stupid today. You're so far off the mark. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine services I afforded him. How much German? I don't know, like 12%? And has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. Sus? Yeah, I'm pretty sussy today. I agree with that. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Oh, I should put on my sussy hat. Hold on. Where's my sussy hat? I don't have my sussy hat. Hold on, I can get it. I can get my sussy hat. Careful there. What do you mean? Careful about what? Anyway. No, I need to find my sussy hat. Where is it? Where is it? Where did I put? Let's keep this family friendly. I am family friendly. Look at the tags. Where the heck did it? Oh, there it is. Okay. And I just need to find it somewhere. Oh, golly. I always forget. I forget where to navigate to this. Hold on. I can do this. I'm so good at streaming, guys. Don't even worry about it. Gosh dang it. Alright. No, I can find it. I got it. Doesn't it hurt your face to smile so much? Not when I do 10 face reps a day. Wait, 10? Yep, 10's all you need. Do 10 reps a day and you'll never hurt smiling. These are the words of wisdom of cheese. You must accept them into your heart with vigor. Anyway. Alright, I found it. What if I can't even do one? If you can do like half a rep a day until you can do 1 rep a day, and then once you've done 1 rep a day for like a week or 2, then you can go up to 2 reps a day. You know, just normal workout stuff. Anyway, where's my sussy hat? Yay! He can live on my head. Well, that was worth it. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. King of Germany. I am curious exactly why he's unconscious. When your hat has a hat. Indeed, when that hat's hat is cheese. But I'm cheese. Oh, it's a cheese sandwich. With cheese as the bread and a sussy baka as the cheese. Makes sense. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Wait, what? Is that a noun? I guess it's a noun now. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say. As your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You're attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears his high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his high jinks. Is that a pun? Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you try to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill to send via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this painful puzzle. Great work as always, Holmes. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Excuse me. Cough. Pray, Miss Susato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. I forgot to mute my TV. Whoopsie. Bless you, thank you. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. What, you watching? Wait, what? The big knife in the wall is probably a safety hazard? Yeah, I'd say so. I'm not watching anything, I'm just playing this on the TV, so there is double audio. But the second audio was like barely picking up because this is stuff. Oh. Ah, press buttons. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. You forgot this game got released in English? Yeah, last, I think in September? And I've been playing it ever since. I'm still not freaking done with it. I'm pretty close to the end, though. It's so good. Why were they keeping this from us? It's so good. People will buy it. People are buying it. People have bought it. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Please summarize what happened before this? Oh god. In 100 words or less. People died, we proved who didn't kill them, and government conspiracies. There, you got it in 20 words or less. Probably because of the copyright stuff. There's copyright stuff? Like Sherlock? Is that the thing? Sherlock is the public domain though, isn't he? Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song, he sings and has apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. So, are we really just gonna identify the gramophone here? So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Just like real life. Goodness, I should like to try some. She should swallow whatever she's got in that cheek. Yeah. She's storing nuts for winter. Okay, so Iris is Wilson here? Yeah, Iris Wilson. And her father is John H. Wilson, who is very much dead. He's extremely dead. And she doesn't know. She doesn't know. We keep refusing to tell her. I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah! So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. I only want to be moderately dead. Extremely dead sounds like overkill. Yeah. So yeah, copyright stuff. Okay, so it is the Sherlock Holmes? How I... Oh, okay. Gramophone.
Take that!
Yeah, so I guess they renamed Sherlock Holmes into Herlock Sholmes, and that Iris is Iris Wilson instead of Iris Watson. But like Fate Grand Order has Sherlock Holmes, and they don't. Maybe they have to pay for that. I don't know. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, you picked that up on your own, huh? Excuse me. Don't mind that noise. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. Well, that was convenient. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? Wait, I thought a settee was a couch without arms. That couch has arms. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. I thought settee wasn't a word. I'll admit, I did have to Google it the first time they used it. I've had to Google a lot of words in this game. Granted, because a lot of them are like Britishisms that we don't use in Freedom Land, but still. A lot of them are just like obscure words. Would be cool if they release the Ace Attorney second trilogy or the investigation games. Yeah. Although it'd be kind of weird to release Ace Attorney 4, 5, 6 together because, while 5 and 6 kind of fit together, Apollo Justice does not really fit. Just visually, like the style of Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. But if they should re-release Investigations, because they never released Investigations to an English. Granted, I watched an English playthrough on YouTube, but still. Why can't they just learn normal English? Nah. This game's set in Britain. They can't use normal English. You required the retrieval of letters once set to an acquaintance. That might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gostreich Sigismund von Ormstein. I tried. I also use the internet for a ton of words. Yeah. The King of Germany. Like, most of them you can kind of figure out based on context, but it's like, I want to add this to my vocabulary, so I'm going to look it up. And then I'm probably going to forget it by the end of the day, but still. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. Must have been some real weighty words, huh? Puns. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz? The boy with whom you had in tears? Wait, why'd I add a with in there? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Who could it be? Spoilers, by the way. If you're currently playing these games and you're not as far as I am, it's Kazuma's mask. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Oh, hey, there's the broken cup on the floor. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. Take off the mask. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle, but... I don't believe it. Ah! Father! Iris, what did you do? I'm afraid, Miss Susato, that you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, wow. She's not taking it. Then it would appear that our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba. Iris, did you, like, glue your teeth together or something? Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Hey, that's not the clothes I was wearing. You can't do that. I assumed she was mute. Now, she talks a lot. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence. I mean, he could have just given her money to just be nice. Just, here you go, have money. Kids like that, I think. I liked it when I was a kid. Don't take money from strangers, kids. Ugh. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. I see you have some handcuff biscuits. Is she looking at the chest? Oh, she is. Isn't she? What about giving strange kids money? That bad too? Yeah, don't give strangers money when they're children, because you'll get arrested. This metal chest? It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes was worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. That's where Iris has the autopsy that she stole. She was trying to get it out, and Mikotoba probably walked in, so she knocked him out with sleeping herbs, and then she went to open it up again, and that's when we walked in. Because it's usually locked. Look, it's unlocked. Iris insisted that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. It's probably why the cup broke too, because it was on top of the chest when she was trying to open it. Don't rat you out. Don't just stay away from schools first and last. I mean, not first and last. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Dun, 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 dun. Completely random question, but what's the fastest way to get 1,000,000 cheese points? Watch me for I don't know how much time, but yeah. Or watch my next Amiibo festival, not a festival, my next Amiibo tournament, and bet all your points on every match and be right every time. Then you can get a lot of cheese points fast. The real reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. What's the name, Amiibo? Amiibo? When I was doing those Smash Bros tournaments with my Amiibo. Remember? No? Yes? I haven't done one in a while, though. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. IDK, I've never seen your streams before. Sounds fun, though. How'd you get enough points to do all those sound alerts? If you've never watched my streams before. Here we go. No! Holly, don't! Oh. That's not what I was expecting. Mr. Sholmes! Holly! Iris, you killed Mr. Sholmes and Mr. Mikotoba. Use leftover bits for those sound alerts? Wait, I thought those were point-only sound alerts. Wait, which ones did you redeem? Do my best. Your face. Those are bits. Oh, thank you for the bits. I didn't even, like, notice. He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley. I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, What just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to our usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. This is weird. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite knowing the point of the... Despite knowing the point of the finger before? Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. True that, I think. Oh, well, if you say so. Oh, speaking of points, of bits, worth noting, I changed my donation page to be Stream Elements, because I ditched Streamlabs because they suck. And I don't know necessarily how or if those show up on the screen, so if you are reliant on those to get a message across, because let's say you did say something bad and Wormies bans you, I don't know if donating will get a message through. So, just a heads up on that. Not that you would need to know such information, but yeah. They did indeed show up on the stream. Why would I ever be banned? I don't know. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to resume the situation then. Wait, did I say resume? Reassess? Rescue the situation, alright. Nice key you've got there. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah! When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. She actually did have something in her mouth. Oh my god. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And landed sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Cosmoselma's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Iris did it to try to disguise him. Always examine the cheeks. Yeah. As a professional squirrel hunter, I couldn't agree more. What? Ferrets can eat squirrels. Leave me alone. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Oh, they all... Wait, if he was planning on opening the chest, wouldn't he have, like, cleared the stuff off of it first? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. Eating neighborhood squirrels. Oh, I didn't realize you were on such hard times. No, it's more a force of habit, you know. Sometimes I get bored of the mice and the rabbits, and I go for the squirrels. Friendly reminder that I am a ferret. I need to hunt. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? Alright, I think that was my favorite great deduction so far. I honestly can't imagine you killing anything. Guess that explains the ears, though. What do you mean? I'm so sussy. I would kill anyone. Wait. Don't record that. Don't clip that. Don't use that in court against me. It doesn't count. I was being a funny. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Reno. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. I actually have a new ferret model that I'm waiting to debut on my anniversary. Yay! And I got a Wiggly Boy today, but it's modeled after my ferret model, so I'm not going to use it until I'm using that model. Or until I've actually shown off that model. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah! Oh wow, we're not done. She is? From the look on her face... Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it on you again. You're attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Alright, just stand there while I take a good look around you, Iris. Don't question it. Alright, so we're actually gonna look at your little links. Yeah. I've tried to get a little tamer about stuff. Mostly the banning the links was to stop the bots, but they were getting around it anyway. But then I found a different way to stop the bots. But yeah. Surely this time, at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. What? Gosh dang it. I wish it wouldn't autoplay when they cut each other off. Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. What do you mean? But anyway, yeah, I've tried to lighten up on the rules, but also make auto mod be very strict at the same time. You know. So the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Okay, but I think she has the... Alright, what else does she even have? Oh. Oh! Okay, I was gonna say that these papers sticking out were the case files / autopsy report that she stole. Ow, stop. What? Okay. Is my right Joy-Con getting drift?
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file! Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. Nah, rules make for good chats. If anything, you should double the rules. If I make too many rules, then nobody reads them. So, you know. But yeah, I do agree that good rules make good chats. You're right on that. Even if you're joking, you're right anyway. We visited Scotland Yard Autopsy Laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? That's fair, I did indeed not read the rules. I don't even have that many. I have like 5. I don't even remember. I don't remember what my Twitch rules are. Some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! Yeah. Haven't I just pushed the button and start typing? To be fair, I do the same. I'm just, like, mindful to not be a horrible gremlin most of the time. Usually, if I'm in doubt, I look to see if they have a family-friendly chat tag. Sometimes they don't have it, and I get in trouble anyway. Because they're like, what? You can't say that kind of stuff. I'm family-friendly. I'm like, what? You didn't put the family-friendly tag on. How should I know? Oh, well. Why? I'm not a gremlin in other people's chats. Shush. All my homies hate gremlins. Yeah. I mean, it depends. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. Oh, God, I'm sorry, honey. You know, you landed on top of another man, and, like, he's like an old man. You could have, like, broken his spine. I just noticed Among Us is also... Among Us is also here. Hi, Grody. How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, honey. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. Is it your dad's name? When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? What do you mean? Daddy's such a tainted word. No! No, Iris can say it about her father, and it's normal. Stop. Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, father! Perhaps we should find our guests somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We would not want Iris's brew to stew. That was unnecessary rhyming. You know how I feel about unnecessary rhyming. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. Ka-trunk, ka-trunk, ka-trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was all deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. Okay, Iris, look at... Never mind. Your daddy. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. You love it? Wait, what'd I say? Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved. And the notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. You said you... you're just trying to confuse me. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl your age. I read that Daddy was the professor of medicinal science. Medical science, even. So I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. Yeah, all 10-year-olds, when they learn what their parent did, they study and get their degree when they're 10 years old. They already... How old is Iris? 10. She's 10. She already has a medical degree. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Oh. Ah. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? She really popped out of the womb and ran to university. Yeah, she'd be like that. I don't know how I don't know how I feel about the phrasing "popped out of the womb," but yeah. Gosh. When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. She's also the author of Sholmes' stories. She's like a successful author. So, you know, she's just a normal character. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I knew that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. Also, keep in mind, she stole this autopsy report 2 years ago. So, she wasn't even 10, she was 8 when she stole it. To be fair, look at the size of her head. I think her hair's a little deceptive on that. Lots of wrinkles in that brain, indeed. Her hair is actually her brain extending outside of her head. Look at all the wrinkles in it. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. Iris, don't cry, please. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. Read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. Iris, stop! I see. Okay. She stopped her eye shimmering. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. Wait. You weren't using the name Wilson before then? And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Would you poke the hairbrain? No. Don't touch the lolly. Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance to you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. Wait, who says that? Oh, it was Sholmes. This really is all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise. There they go, spelling apologize with an S again. You British. Ooh, I'll never forgive how you spell words. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Clint's autopsy report has been entered in the court record. Give me that! Give me that! Give me that! Alright. John H. Wilson, Clint Van Zeeks, 33, British, time of death, 31st May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Okay. Observations, death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Additional most recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers. It's called a pinky finger, gosh. Of the right hand, but don't document in correspondence. Correspondence ink was found. Why? Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. What do you mean? Stop! I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Through all trial yesterday, they were just saying over and over, the vital evidence was found. Vital evidence was found. Vital evidence was found. And here it says, vital evidence recovered from victim's stomach. What was it? I'm gonna scream. All right. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. It was vital evidence. It says so right there. Yeah, I know, right? Somehow I don't think I can just present vital evidence in court and just say that it's vital evidence. Usually when I do that, I get a strike off my health bar. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. What? Health bar? When did court become so epic? Since Ace Attorney, where have you been? But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. Is this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo? The one from 10 years ago. Yeah, I definitely haven't read it already, or anything. The writing... isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. It's Mikotoba's. This writing is my father's. Wait, no. Is Iris Usato's half-sister? Iris's father isn't dead? He's Japanese? No way. What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Yeah, tell me I'm on the wrong track. He's Japanese, arrest him. No, we're Japanese. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely? Not possible. My dear fellow, pray take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when my father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, of course! He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. Wait, you're not discount Holmes? No, we're, well, we're not in the court record. We're Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And as an assistant, we would have aided with the dissection work, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? That's not what that expression means. I think. She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. Drink your drink. Alright, I'm going. I'm doing it. Oh wait, I'm in my live 2D, so I can have a visual. Too bad water's at the end of the frickin' alphabet. Anyway. Alright, thank you for the hydration check. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Well, good thing we never told her that her father's dead, because he's not. Thinking about it... Oh, why did I think that was Susato? Thinking about it, Most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. Wow. Excuse me. Written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. But we know what John H. Wilson died! Is an iris a flower, or is it an eye thing? Both? Both. Iris is part of the eye, it's the colored part, and it's also a type of flower. If you spell it with a Y, it's a V-singer. We also have to capitalize the I, the R, and the S. Those are the rules, I don't make them. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Upstairs. The duality of words. Yeah. You could call it that. The dichotomy of words. We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion, one that I came to like 10 minutes ago. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. I'm surprised they didn't make me pick it. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Hi, Mona Pizza. How you doing? Is that a hedgehog? Upon my words, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Alright. It's Sonic. It is not. Professor Mikotoba! I'm sorry about that one time in the first case of the first game when I accused you of being the murderer. I didn't know that you were Iris's father. Of course, I didn't even know Iris at that point, but still. That's not a canon thing, that's just something that I did. It's the most European-looking Japanese man I've ever seen. Well, I mean, they all kind of look the same. He is in his European clothing because he's visiting Britain. But, like... Okay, Susato looks Japanese because she's wearing a freaking kimono. But he's Japanese, he's Japanese. Who else is Japanese? He's Japanese. That's it. Automod really picking up on that racist wording, though. Or potentially racist. It wasn't actually racist. I don't think. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old... Wait, I forgot what his voice was. No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Suzato-san to take in. So, Arama is just prejudice against knots. Everything that's not something else. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah yes, quite, 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro Genshin. Wait. But Iris is 10. And to my knowledge, that was the last time you'd been to Britain before, like, today? How'd you do that? Plot twist. Iris is actually 16 and she's just a midget. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rent is devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then. A mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. What does callow mean? It's little people. Come on, get them.
Callow.
Inexperienced, immature. Oh, okay. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Dwarf, actually. Wait. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. I keep mixing their voice ups. Dwarves have beards. Yeah. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. He came to Britain 16 years ago. He didn't come back until 6 years later. Right. Okay. This game and its timelines, they're everywhere. There's so many timelines stacked on top of each other. I can't keep them straight. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case which you've become rather familiar yourself. The Professor Killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. What's the thickness of a timeline? 0.5 microns. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
Hey, listen.
Why? Aspen Minecraft, thank you for the follow. Thanks for confirming my new notifications through Stream Elements work. You know what? No one's thrown anything at me in a while. Ow. There we go. 0.5 macrons? Microns. Like a micrometer? Hello. This is just amazing. Ow. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. We're like not acknowledging the part where he's therefore Iris's father. Hello? Ow. Father. Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, There's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. Manual macron, apparently 175 centimeters. Damn, some thick lines. No, a micron. Micrometer. And that is? You know very well what that is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. That's how we got here. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. You dog. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures are all in that metal chest. Were written by your father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? You know, hot take, I don't believe in microns. Yeah, personally, I don't believe in newtons. Like, force just exists. You can't measure it. That's crazy. What indeed? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you! Ah! Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You, too, have hit upon the method at last. There's no method! We're just talking and thinking. There's only ever one Newton, and he was Isaac. What about Sir Isaac's father? Wasn't he also a Newton? What about Fig Newtons? You finally grasped the art of deduction. He was old. First there was Oldton, then there was Newton, and then the family line ended. Or would the next one like post-Newton? Postmodernton? New Age-ton? I don't know. What? What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. Don't be excited about it. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Show him, say something, man. She's gonna judo throw her father. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Oh, hey, you're suited up. But Mr. Sholmes, why need to get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotopa and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Oh! Why? Thank you for the gift sub, first and last. Also, I didn't even realize KCV was here. Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. Was just buying cheese points, not because I like you or anything. It's gonna cost you a lot to get to 1,000,000. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later, after you're murdered. Really, what a death flag. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visited our home after 10 long years. And when I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I could inexplicably pass out. Pretty sure Iris set up that. Oh, stretch them bones. Okay. Wow. Oh gosh, I have these Joy-Cons on my wrist. Hold on. Alrighty. You gotta stretch too, chat. Get off your butt. Oh. Wow. What? Sometimes I gyrate while I'm stretching. It's fine. I don't believe in swearing? What? Oh, because of the million points. Alright. I'm just gonna go into statue mode while I stretch, so I stop undulating like that. It's not appropriate for children. Ugh. Touch my toes! What? Ugh. Well, that'd be something. What if I make a point redeem, like, remove the family-friendly tag? That'd be funny. Although I think people might not. People might go a little too far with, oh, now it's anarchy. Let's be excessively inappropriate. You should stretch those eyes too. Righty's looking a little droopy. Alright. Alright, how was that? Didn't want to mention it, but I've been staring at it the whole time. Oh, have I been droopy-eyeing this whole time? Gosh dang it. One of these days, chat, I'm gonna not look all stupid while I'm looking at the TV. Because, like, alright, hold on. I really should just set up auto blink. The ability to partially close my eyes is not really worth it most of the time. You mean when you show your real face? What do you mean? I'm right here. Look at me. Look. Ah. Look. I'm right here. Okay? No! Sussy boy got smaller. Oh well, he lives like that now. Are you telling me that's not what cheese looks like? I don't believe you. You see, Grody gets it. And if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight in all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. Everyone's best interests included having a British baby, I guess. I trust you completely. Wow. Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. Oh yeah. Forgot about that. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose?
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
It's fine. Imagine getting drunk on tea at some lolly's place, waking up getting arrested by your daughter, a strange British man, and a man who thinks he's a fox. Wait, who thinks they're a fox? Oh, a ferret. Oh, that's me. I see. I think, therefore I am. Wait, what? The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo? That's case 5. Are we on case 5 now? What? Alright. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, I haven't been streaming that long, so I will just start it up. But we're still on the same case, though! Final chapter. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Alright, so this case is extremely complicated, and it's also the last one. So if anything confuses you, chat, just ask, and I will do my best to explain briefly. 3rd of November, 9:14 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. So, the time's finally come. Everything confuses you. Can't help you with that, but if there's anything specific. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Stop being droopy. Miss Susato? Ah! Ow! Oh, man. Gosh dang it, every time. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... Oh, sorry. Of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Could you let me up? Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear. I'm really very sorry.
Hey,
What?
listen.
Not first time last. Became a Fezling. Oh. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... Hey, what's a Fezling? I want out. What do you think a Fezling is? Good morning, sir. Ah. So, to briefly explain, Barrick Van Zieks has been the prosecutor, the opposing prosecutors, all of both of these games, but this final case, he's the client, he is the defendant. We are defending him, but he's racist. Yeah. You don't know, it sounds weird and slimy. A Fezling, derived from Fezning, which is a group of ferrets, is just a Cheese Louise fan. It's okay to admit that you're a fan. It's okay. Only most people will judge you. Lord Van Zieks! Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. Well, as you put it like that, I guess I'll re-follow. Okay. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. my failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. Only because I like cheese, especially Swiss? Acceptable. Not sure about Louise, though. I don't know about Louise with 3 E's, but Louise with 2 E's is pretty good. I mean, not to taste, I think. Haven't tried. Well, that's not true, but you shouldn't try. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perchance those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. Words are hard. He was obviously extremely important to you. What's with the bib? Oh, his cravat? He's fancy. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. In all seriousness, that is the most ridiculous looking item of clothing I've ever seen. Have you never seen a cravat before? You should look up Miles Edgeworth, the first prosecutor from the first Ace Attorney game. And yes, Edgeworth is actually his name. I kind of forget how silly it is sometimes. But thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Because Iris is here? Hi, Iris. Oh, Iris, when did you get here? He's got 3 bibs. He does? I'll have to look at him next time. Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Hallie loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. I thank you. Oh, hee hee. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not! What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seiss' laboratory. Alright then, good luck to both of you. Must be a real sloppy eater. Yeah. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls? I thought I said ferret for a second. Felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? It's a bunny, though. It's not a ferret. Yes, he's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? Looks more like a Hairly to me. Bum ba dum ba dum bum. Wow. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What will that do? What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Got a ferret on your mind, Cheese? Who's the lucky lady? I can't talk about it on stream. She might be watching. It'd be embarrassing. Roll doll, Mr. Sholmes. Ferret form, 21 years. Let me see that. You think what we'll need is luck? What happens when I pull its ears? What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. Boo! Is it Grody? Blink twice if yes. Grody's not a ferret, I think. Actually, I'm not sure what Grody is. I think Grody's a cat. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know! No! Dun, 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 dun. Alright, well. I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. I need to change the title of the stream, because we're on case 5. Even though it's still case 4, I think. Whatever. You blinked 1.5 times. Be careful, Grody. Yeah, be careful. You wouldn't want Cheese Louise to like you. That would be unfortunate. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Well, was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Miss Susato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently, they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. Don't be dead, Mikotoba, please. Please? They? Father and Judge Jikoku, I mean. Judge Jikoku, too? That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counts for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Reno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. I don't wanna. Don't make me go, Mommy. I don't wanna go. Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor. I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world, who is presumed dead for most of the 2 games, but that's okay. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny has in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Woo! There's a lot building up to this. 3rd of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Wait, where's the judge? It feels even more oppressive in here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides here today. Ah! Mr. Naruto, look! No! Get out! Oh, this is gonna suck. Lord Strongheart! That's the big bad, I'm pretty sure. Cosmo must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. They finally did it. They finally pulled the twist of the judge did it. They've done the prosecutor did it. They've done the detective did it. They've done the client did it. They're finally doing the judge did it. Although they kind of did that in, spoilers, Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney as well. But, he's behind everything. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh my gosh. We will find how bad he is today. We will find out. When will they do the you did it? The player did it. People tend to not like that type of twist. Isn't that like a rule in like mysteries? Is one of the cardinal rules you can't break is having the detective be the culprit? Because it sucks. Or like, you know, the perspective character. They cannot be the culprit. Although that's what did that? Heavy Rain did that. Spoilers. I think you should be allowed to murder someone if you want as the main character as a treat. Just one time. I think I've earned it. Do you know how many innocent people I've saved? I deserve to kill someone. It's fine. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. So, Lord Strongheart here, he's the Lord Chief Justice. So he's like the highest political power in the justice system that there is. And he decided very kindly to replace our judge for the day. What could go wrong? You voted on the Lolly. No, we're not going to kill Iris. No killing lollies. Stop that. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. What could go wrong? Alright, there's no jury. That doesn't mean anything. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary assembled to bear witness to fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart? On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. You would! That... I don't think that unicorn head makes a good gavel. I thought you meant she should be allowed to kill. She's 10 and has a degree. Would 100% get away with it. I support her. Oh. Yeah, Iris probably could get away with it if she wanted to, but she's a good girl. She wouldn't do that. She's a good girl. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barrack Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Stop standing up. Judges aren't supposed to do that. Counsels for the prosecution and defense. Are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. You're on my side on this, right, Kazuma? I really need your help to take down the judge. It's gonna be hard to do. Yesterday, proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplished... Clandestine? Clandestine?
Clandestine.
Clandestine, kept secret or done secretively, especially because illicit. Okay. Good to know next time I go to court. It's made up word, don't worry about it. Mr. Daily Vigil would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convicts' escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. Or Signers. I'm not sure. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery of the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that included the amended details. No! No! I was gonna present the updated autopsy report. Gosh dang it. He took it away from me. I just really wanted to present an updated autopsy report for revenge against Edgeworth, who really doesn't have anything to do with this. But if you played Ace Attorney, you know what I'm talking about. Frickin' updated autopsy reports, Razin Flassen. But the official opinion of it, the investigation team, was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. What's Ace Attorney? I don't know, it's crazy. Objection and such. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, what does mine say? Does mine mention the fact that Strongheart ordered? According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, accurate estimation of time is not possible. It doesn't mention that he ordered the time of death to not be included. Gosh dang it, that would have been helpful. However, this updated report is deemed to be accurate. It would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? The Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. What do we got? Is it Gina? Don't be Gina. Gosh, it's Gina. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina, again? Look, eh? Ah. The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? Channel your inner wait. Bro, just demand trial by combat. You can take him. Channel your inner samurai spirit. Oh, Kazuma could do it. Kazuma could take down Strongheart in a one-on-one duel. I think he'd probably get arrested and executed for it, though. Banzai. Nah, it's... Nah. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums on the east end. And look, and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Shelms, no. She doesn't know that. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. Of course, he knows everything. The only thing he doesn't know is that we know he's behind it. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Actually, I know he's behind it, but I don't think Ryunosuke knows. I don't think our player character knows. Coming right up, sir. The victim's movements. All your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking at some smuggled goods dealings that day. There's too many S's in there, it confused me. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at that place too! Eugenia. Eugenia sounds like a chubby boy. Well, it's real hard for me to sound like a girl, I'm sorry. I think I got the Cockney accent down a little bit. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. Disposed of? But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentlemen's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. The accused is known to have been there. I thought that sentence was going to keep going. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Beric Van Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony, then. Oh my, but... Lord Van Zieks made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. That horse gavel, though, cracks me up. It should not... It's not a good gavel. It's not. Very well, then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. All your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, say. Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub. That kind of thing. Ah, busy work. So, errands more than orders, then? This detective is still an apprentice, after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. Dun, 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 dun. Police responsible.
Hold it!
Want to be an apprentice detective? Maybe after you retire? Yeah, sounds like fun. Just be an apprentice forever, never actually become a detective, though. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was around. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. Gina's a former pickpocket / thief, so yeah. Former in quotes. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets back to Inspector Lestrade and a trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. Don't bring out the dog. So a cop then. Oof. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers and had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself when no one could find me so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me, they'd have took me straight out of the street. You said that. I've given it in now, though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it would never have been found. According to that, the boss was looking into the smuggled goods dealings that day. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. Hold what? Oh. Hold it is just... It's just nice to anything to shout when you tell someone to stop their testimony so you can interrogate them. Bum, 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 bum. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. What? This is a closed trial. And also, why... Are you working with the smugglers? What? I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is write out loud. Do it. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Suppose doesn't look like the top hat. Look at all those top hats back there. Yeah, that's what I said at first, but I guess they're all like judicial officials. They're so like no like random members of the public are even part of this. In fact, there's supposed to be a jury, but there's not. Because you can't just let the public in. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. Well, the judge can't object, she can only say order, order. Yes, please tell us. This is a closed court, thank you. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord, the prosecution has no objection. Look at that angry look on his face. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings, however. It's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Drink again? I'm gonna run out of water, man. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Ah. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Why? Uh-oh. Right then. I get to show off my reading skills. Apparently the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at the gentleman club called the Grouse. That's a new name.
Hold it!
The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. It's a gentleman's club, you know. You know. I ain't the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked into the mirror recently? I'll tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Tubby could go in undercover. Ever been to a gentleman's club? Sounds fun. You know, I haven't either. I remember my dad wanted to take me to one on my 18th birthday. But that didn't happen. And I think that's kind of weird. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Well, you're a rat, not a gentleman. I'm not a rat, I am a ferret. I eat rats. I'm a mustelid, not a rodent. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the Yard reckon. Says the even lower-ranking detective. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? Well, I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, cause, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club, no question. You can't say that for certain, though, surely. Yeah, all you lower mammals seem to me. Wow, animalist over here. Thinks he's the superior species. As most as the witness Lord Van Zeek's at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Well, looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Yes, unironically and unashamedly. How dare. I should ban you for your anti-ferret propaganda. Perhaps he's already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Did I read that already? Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. We already know Van Zeeks read Gregson's secret notebook. Presumably, then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Those goggles don't look very useful. Wait, whose goggles? Oh, Ryunosuke's? Yeah, I'm actually wearing an alternate costume. They're just there to sell this steampunk look, I guess. Oi, why you ain't asking Inspector Lestrade, alright? So that's all I've got to work with. Actually, this is the last case. I should change back to the normal outfits, huh? Yeah, I think I'll do that. She's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the Inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh! If everything Lord Van Zeeks told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Yeah, hold on. Let me change my costume real quick. No, I already saved. Come on. Come on. I do like their alternate outfits, though. I'll miss them. Alright. Ryunosuke's off, Susato's off. And Sholmes I already turned off because I don't like his alternate outfit. Can you change it to something purple? Susato's got some purple. Black is kind of like purple. It's just a very dark shade of purple. It's true, you can ask science. Alright. Supposed to follow order, investigate what they're told. We'll search to turn up notebook, load of secret meetings. Apparently, small Gozio is gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse. Looks like a big job. Coppers weren't in on it yet. Never much trusted science. Of course not. Matters is the witness saw the Reaper there too. Alright. Let's take a look at our evidence. Lucky Charm not gonna help us. Clint's autopsy report. What was this? Passport. Oh! Oh! Yeah, he had a passport because he was traveling, right? Said a lot of secret meetings in it. Apparently smuggled goods was gonna happen. Gentleman's club called the Grouse. Couples weren't in on it yet. What matters most is the witness saw the Reaper in place 2. But where would I present it? There's where does she actually state like he went to the gentleman's club? Are detectives supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told? Alright, I'm gonna glance at the other evidence. Traveling trunk. Move from the scene. Soggy papers. Imagine being Gina and having to deliver the speech 10 times in a row. Yeah, I've always kind of thought about that when playing Ace Attorney games. Because, like, you can kind of, like, write it off as, like, just a game mechanic. Or, like, you know, it's not actually happening. It's just, like, the player doing stuff. But then there's times when you have to, like, press the same statement, like, several times in order to get different outcomes. So, like, they are giving the same speech multiple times. Dun, 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 dun. Inspector's identification, whatever, the photograph. I think it's the passport, and I think it's the statement. There's my health bar on the top right, by the way.
Objection!
Ah, the music didn't stop. That last statement seemed a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Counsel, and be gone from this land forever, I hope. Ouch. Do you want me to fill the English Channel with tears? Alright, that was not right. All the detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Judging by physique alone, I'm on the judge's side. Look at that chest. I mean, Kazuma has a sword. He's literally holding a sword right... He has 2 swords right now. He has a sword on each of his sides. He has like a short sword and a katana. And I have a gun as evidence. Purpose travel police business. Okay, these Sogi papers are important, but not right now. Compensation for his puny muscles. Some people call him lean, but you know. All your detectives are supposed to follow orders, investigate what they're told. Found a little search the boss office, turn up notebook that had loads of secret meetings in it. Apparently, a smuggled goods deal is going to happen in a gentleman's club called the Grouse. So we gained this statement by pressing. Looks like a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is the witnesses saw the Reaper at that place too. Maybe it's this statement. Maybe it's still the passport. Okay, I should take a quick glance at all the all the evidence. Okay, red-headed league article, no. Photograph of Mr. Vigil, no. Letter of introduction, no. Why is that still in our inventory? Dismissal notice, no. Framed photograph, no. Revolver, no. Red hairpiece, no. Candelabrum, no. Policeman figure, no. Gregson's photo, no. Autopsy report. Shot in the chest, close range front, resulting in death, scorch marks, point of entry, bullet existed in the body from behind. Just on spation gun use, standard issue firearm, measure the judiciary. Okay. Can we have like a floor plan of this club? Nose board, Venus firecracker. Photograph of the victim, Gregson's pocket watch. No. Spectre's ID. No. Quick question, what exactly is going on? I'm lost. Yeah, I have to present evidence somewhere to prove a statement wrong. But I'm just trying to think about where it is. Commemorative photograph. No. Soviet papers, last will and testament. But as far as the general trial, our client, Barrick Van Zeeks, who is a prosecutor, he is accused of murder of Detective Gregson, who was actually like a recurring character, and I'm surprised they killed him off. And basically we want to prove... What did he do to that metal detector? There's Gregson. There's his dead body. We basically want to prove that the murder wasn't on the day we think it was on, but I don't know how to do that with this current testimony. So, evidence we gained after the last trial day is the inspector's identification. Wait, no, that was during last trial. So we gained this commemorative photo, which is not going to help us. We gained the Asogi papers, which were about an escaped serial murderer 11 years ago, or 10 years ago, or whatever. Gregson's trunk, which he was traveling with, or which Gina found after the fact somewhere else. I'm guessing at the Gentleman's Club. Oh no, it was stolen by Sandwich, the guy named Sandwich. Passport. So we found the passport inside the traveling case, which is why I thought that was a thing. And we have Clint's autopsy report, which is the autopsy report of 11 years ago, because we are trying to solve 2 cases at once right now. And Iris's Lucky Charm, which will not help us. Okay, they say the Reaper was there. Reaper confirmed there. Which, not actually the Reaper, but that's Van Zeeks, our client. The Reaper of the Bailey is this whole thing about certain trials. Basically, every defendant of a trial that Barrick Van Zeeks prosecuted on, if the defendant got found innocent, they would end up dead within like the month, and people were calling it like the Reaper of the Bailey. So people call him the Reaper of the Bailey because they think he does it somehow. So that's a whole thing. But we're actually going to prove today that Strongheart, the judge, is the actual Reaper of the Bailey. Rip those clients. Yeah, well, they were all like corrupt politicians and stuff. So they kind of deserved it, but you know. All of our clients are alive, except for the one. Our first client that we had in Britain died like right after the trial. But he was a corrupt politician, so it's fine. Anyway, passport? No, crap. Witness's last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency. Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever fate befalls you in here, no one outside will ever know. Well, that's threatening. Corrupt politicians have families too? Yeah. They should have just gotten found guilty and gotten put in jail instead. But they, like, paid off the juries and stuff. Should I be wondering if I'll make it out of this courtroom alive? Alright, so that was wrong. Okay, alright. It is way too early to be looking up a guide. Alright. Detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. I have evidence that says Gregson wasn't doing that. What do you say to that?
Objection!
Dang it. I'm just smoking through my health bar already. Alright. While detectives are supposed to follow orders, do what they're told, I think we know that's not correct, but I don't think we have evidence that really makes her look stupid for it. Little search boss office turned up a notebook, had a load of secret meetings in it. Okay. Secret meetings. Can we contest that somehow? Alright, so this trunk has blood on one side and a gash on the other. We already know that. Let's have a look inside. We already saw this. Why is it highlighting blue instead of, like, with a check mark? The defendant's about to become the client? Wait, what? What? The defendant is the client. What do you mean? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Because the Reaper guy? Eh? I don't get it. I think your joke is circular. Remember the gash must strike the side of the considerable force. I already read this. Sorry. Alright. This is old dialogue. I don't know why it's pretending like it's new. Passport. Okay, so we left within 1 week from the 31st. Okay, no. Apparently, smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a jump club called the Cross. No, I'm just gonna press everything again and see if something else comes up.
Hold it!
Sometimes that happens. It hasn't happened in these games, but I think in the original trilogy, it happens once or twice.
Hold it!
Okay. If I hold down B, it automatically skips through dialogue I've already seen.
Hold it!
So... Okay, and these two were after we already got that new testimony anyway. Coppers weren't onto it. Do I have anything that suggests the coppers were onto it? Why is the first testimony of the trial so hard? I'm better than this, I swear. Alright, alright. In the interest of time, armbands greater than bibs change my mind. True. Dun, 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 dun. No cheating. I'm not. I'm just thinking really hard. Think it through. I've thought it through. Alright. This already happened in this game that I've looked something up, and like the logic they want you to go through is so nonsense that it actually made me mad. I think this game's really good, but some of the actual presenting of evidence that you have to do is bad. Like, for the series' standards, it's bad. Anyway. Dun 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 dun. No. Gosh dang it. Where'd the other one go? Dun 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 dun. Alright, where the heck? Okay. Press on statement 3 to make a new statement. Examine the back of the letter of introduction to find a ticket? Nuh-uh. This? I had already examined this, I just forgot about it. Looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse. First class cabin 01. Yokohama departure, 11th September, London arrival, 1st November. Ah, that's what the Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jingoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called Dunkirk in the North Coast. Okay, so what they're expecting from me, I did examine the back of this, but they're really expecting me to remember the name Grouse. Like, that was like a week ago. IRL. Yeah. The Grouse is the name of a ship. It's not a gentleman's club. The thing is, I've been almost a year since the arrival in November. It's a shame not to keep taking. This is all dialogue. I've already read this. I've already examined this. Memory of a ferret. Hey. You know what? That's the excuse. Ferret brain. Can't be helped. This game is rated T for teen for humans, but for ferrets. They expect you to have a human teenager memory. I unfortunately have an adult ferret memory, so... Anyway. Gotta actually present it on the right statement. The Grouse. Where'd it go? Oh, yes. I suppose, alright, if I actually stopped and read the descriptions, it does say Professor Mikotoba to Government Kaden. It's written on the back of the ticket for a passenger steamship. But it doesn't actually say Grouse there, so I still wouldn't have seen. Oh, now streaming T-rated games on a family-friendly channel? Yeah, I know.
Objection!
One of the Ace Attorney games is rated M, and it's for one very specific reason in one of the trials. And I agree with that M rating because it's very disturbing what happens. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Oh, an actual gentleman's club. Spoil it? No. Go play Dual Destinies. And find out yourself. It's in Case 5. Yeah. Part of me wants to spoil it, but I really shouldn't. Alright, fine. Ace Attorney spoilers. Also, children, close your ears. In Dual Destinies Case 5, for a large portion of the trial, it is thought that Athena Sykes accidentally killed her own mother because she put her on a robot repair table and let the automatic repair go because her mother was unconscious, and her mother made robots, and she's like, "Oh, mother always repairs robots on this table. I'll just put mother on the table." And like there's a bunch of drills and stuff. Oh. At the very least, it turns out she was already dead. Um, Not nearly as spicy as you later believe. Look, in context, it's very jarring and upsetting. Alright, spoilers over. You can open your ears, children. I don't know how you're gonna know, but... Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. So you just saw the name The Grouse and assumed it was a gentleman's club, just based on nothing? And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, a place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. Remember hearing about that part and interrogating my friend who played it? What the honk these lawyer games are about? I mean, yeah, I like Dual Destinies. It's not like the strongest Ace Attorney game, but like it's still really good. And I like Athena Sykes as a character. Yeah. Case 5 in that game is something. It's crazy. Most Case 5s are crazy. Case in point right here, right now. May not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? Like, you think in a game that's about murders, right? Every trial is about a murder. It's like, oh, why are we suddenly rated M, huh? It's like, oh, well, a very graphic, disturbing murder happened, and it gets explained pretty thoroughly. And a child did it. It's like, whoa, whoa. Stop. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? I want to see Ace Attorney Tax Fraud Edition. A steamship. Actually, I think there's a... Hold on. There's like a very specific, like, CG that they use. Let me see if I can find it. Dual Destinies Athena CG. I won't put it on screen, but I think I'll put a link in chat. Oh boy. Oh, yep. I was actually thinking of a different image, but you know what? This one sells it pretty well too. So children, do not click the link in the chat. I will not be putting it on my screen. It's not like that insane, but just err on the side of caution, all right? Yeah, there's like another one, but I think that one sells the point. What the heck? Automod, you're being a little too strict. Saw that on the clock app. Automod didn't like that you used the word gal. It thought it was misogynistic. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess it can be in certain contexts, but if you're just saying gal instead of girl, it's not. Automod hates me in particular. I mean, can you blame it? Anyway. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here! Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Gosh dang it. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Well, I can't just hand it to you and say the other side. I don't know what side you're gonna look at first. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
What? So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived in Port of Dover on 1st November. Ah! The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't docked yet on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well, I tried to present it before, but you kept saying it was no good and took my health bar. Very well. Oh my gosh. That stupid cane. It would be a lot better if it was just like a rounded end. I could buy it being a gavel. But the horse head is so dumb. Anyway, in that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st October. Here. It wasn't good last time. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October, what are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered... It's already almost 1 p.m. Oh, it's almost 11 p.m. for me. Goodbye, you must sleep. Okay, thanks for dropping by. A.M. Alright. Hey, I've stayed up till 1 p.m. before. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Have a good sleep. There's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Blah. Words. Gosh, stupid horse. Order, order. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk. This is a dumb name. Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line of the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. Oh boy. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? That was really bad inflection. The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Order, order! What on earth are you saying, counsel? Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? The opposite is that he killed the Reaper? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. That's crazy. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. Unplugged my headset. Unplugged my headset. Unplugged my headset. Why? I had a blanket sitting behind my back. It was getting uncomfortable, so I had to remove it. But I accidentally stood on my headphone wire as I was standing up, and it yanked the cord out. But it's fine. The cord is designed to come out, probably for that very reason. I mean, it's also a wireless headset. Optionally wireless. Anyway. So you're saying the mission he was undertaking was... obviously... an assassination. Barrack Van Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? Well, what the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done something like that. Nothing. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper? Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barrack Van Zeeks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. Yeah, that's fair. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went abroad the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. Oh, but he did go to assassinate someone. I think he just didn't follow through. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. What about non-suspicious deaths? But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. Eh? What? The victim's notebook that you read has an excerpt from earlier that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming? The boss want the Reaper? Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing. I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... At least they changed the sound effect for the horse gavel. It still sounds dumb, though. I concur. The witness will give new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret book. Inspector's notebook. Yes, notebook does have loads of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And at the last entry, and that was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal, what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. It was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. What was the name? Was it Mikotoba? Keep personal opinions out of your testimony, witness. We require only established facts here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Ah! So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Odo? It's in Japanese. It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Says Ishiro. Is that it? Yeah, Seishiro. Chigoku, maybe? That's not who I was expecting. What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know it's Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. Well, he wasn't assassinated as of yesterday morning. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector, personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Beric Van Zieks. It's an undeniably logical argument that accuses someone who is not me. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
I wasn't ready for him to do that on the witness stand. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. But Lord Van Zieks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? What? No, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Oh, it was planted. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. Oh, I thought that was gonna keep going. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. I knew one day making Van Zeek's and Strongheart's voices so similar. Didn't he break the glass? Oh, he has a lot of them. I don't know where he gets them from. Does he just have a bunch ready to go? Yeah, he does. He also throws his wine bottles into the gallery. Sometimes he throws his wine glasses into the fire, and it explodes. It's fun times. At once, my lord. Okay, understandable. Anything for the drama. Yes, indeed. This is Ace Attorney, after all. Reaper's Notebook. Yes, Notebook had a load of stuff what the Reaper got up to the past 10 years. Wait, did you do a handwriting comparison? Did you know that it's... Is it Gregson's handwriting? In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? It could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and had that notebook said what you found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes to compliance with the law to be beneficial. What I've learned from this is that Ace Attorney is actually about a bunch of theater kids let loose in a courtroom. You're not wrong. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Grode, if you haven't, I strongly recommend you play Ace Attorney Trilogy. It's pretty cheap on like Steam and Switch and stuff. It's so good. It's worth your time. It's maybe not good to stream. I mean, you can if you want, but you should definitely play it. Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. I've been meaning to. Your friend recommended it to you. Awesome. I also recommend it. So now you got 2 recommendations going. So that should boost it further ahead in your backlog. What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization, spelled with an S. With you at its head? No! I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in this book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Oh. So there is a Gentleman's Club named Grouse. So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. Why was that sentence hard for me? As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well, then. Back to your testimony about the contents of his notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? No, he did not have any reason to know that we got the passport from the trunk. How'd you know that, Kazuma? I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Because we found that evidence, and we did not tell anyone where we got it. Because Ace Attorney be like that. Names of victims, dates, places, stuff.
Hold it!
31st. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? Strongheart? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean... Asa Shin? It's a strong name. Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours, Osama, isn't she? No. No. Were you even listening yesterday? Asa Shin. The assassin. What? Like, a killer, you mean? With a name like that? Gregson was the tactician. The one who came up with the plan of attack. Wait, is she in the court record? She is not. I mean, she's not alive anymore, but... He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them. The person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. Why did I make Van Zeeks and Strongheart so similar? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life? Oh, we're back to the weak slaps. Always. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating! A nameless assassin? Dun 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 dun. Said Grouse for the place and date, the name on the mark.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago? After that fateful case? Don't bring that up yet, Sujaro. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. Excuse me? Rep, rep, repatriation.
Repatriation.
Repatriation. Oh, that makes more sense now. The return of someone to their own country. Or the sending of money back to one's own country. Alright. Repatriation. Okay. I couldn't see, like, the patriot in there. That makes sense. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. Well, I didn't think it was possible, but the mutiny has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Was it not about being criminal, what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something?
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Shikoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, if you remember... Do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Shikoku did once appear in court here in Britain? It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness's stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule? That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court? Guilty or innocent alike? What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Shikoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Who? Okay. Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? Objection! All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's cobblers! I was gonna say clobbers. Come on, Erdo! Yes? Why aren't you saying nothing? What? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? No, don't cry. What? You've got to find a flaw. You usually do. Someone's lying here. No question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. You got to work out who it is. Sometimes the Cockney gets away from me. That outburst was an insult to the court and your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial's over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Letstrade. Wow! Is that clear? I've had it with you lot of you. It's lies every bleeding piece you look in this world, ain't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. And after that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination, when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina plead for help fall on deaf ears. Come on, Odo. You gotta find a flaw somewhere. What do you mean? I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Isn't that the whole subtitle for this game? It's like Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. I think it is. Eh? Dun 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 dun. Button. What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency of something that was said by... Oh. I actually was supposed to press that.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering counsel? You know, it's not that I've never seen the word filibustering before, but I really need to know what it actually means.
Filibuster.
An action such as a prolonged speech that obstructs progress in a legislative assembly while not technically contravening the required procedures. Ah, that's right. In my head, it's like I was getting across with like gerrymandering, but that is something completely different. Still a political thing, though. Who came up with that word? It's such a political word, but it sounds so goofy. Like, who was the first politician that was like, I'll bet they were Southern. Y'all up there filibustering again? I don't know. And they were like, what? You're just a bunch of filibusters. What? What? Prosecutor Sogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Sogi said? Alright. I think it's the trunk, but it might be the passport, because he's the one that said the passport was inside the trunk, but we never said that. But I'm going to go with the trunk first. Now, if they design this properly, you can present either one and they will both be correct. But, this game has... I forget when it was, but there was one time when they did not do that, and it was annoying to me.
Take that!
Yes! This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain? And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There is no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. No. No. Kazuma. Kazuma? And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? Now granted, I technically did try to show it to him as evidence when I was in investigation yesterday, but he didn't have like unique dialogue for it, so it's not acknowledged as canon. He just gave his general like, let's discuss evidence in court. We know the man went to a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
Yeah, no, not flying. But you know it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... What the hell? I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. I only kill people with swords. He was killed with a gun. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing. BS! Kazuma. Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day? In the same place as the inspector? He was there? With Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point. We'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where's the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson? Alright, let's investigate it first. Have you seen this huge gas across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened.
Got it!
Got it! This is your proof? What do you have to say to that, Prosecutor Asogi? Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing it into the sea would be more helpful. Was that really wrong? What? At least that way, London's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusations. I believe that was a long-winded way of telling you that you're wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. Very well. Let us see if your sink or swim under the weight of this penalty, counsel. How is that wrong? It's cut with a sword! He has a sword! Miss Naruhodo, you can't allow yourself to be drowned at sea yet. I was hoping never to let that happen, funnily enough. Alright, I thought... let's dig a little deeper. Let's have a look inside. But there wasn't anything else in here, besides the passport. "31st October, so this passport is for the day before Gregson's body was found. He needed this document for his trip to France. When it says permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel, I can't believe it was you, Cosmo. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed? It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Well, it's not the blood. And apparently it's not the gash. Has to be the passport, I guess? I don't know how that proves anything. But...
Got it!
This is your proof? What do you say to that, Prosecutor Asogi? What? That's also wrong! What? Alright, well, we get to see a game over now. We've wasted enough time. It's clear to me that any further discussion of this case will be fruitless. Barrick Van Zeeks, I would like to think that, however misguided, you acted out of a sense of justice nonetheless, though it pains me to have reached this conclusion. No! Wait, my lord! He ain't waiting. What if there's a secret false bottom like the drawer, lol? But it wouldn't let me examine. I'll double check. I think we should stab it a second time just to be sure. In accordance with the findings of this court, I hereby pronounce the defendant Barrick Van Zeeks. Gosh dang it. Sorry, Van Zeeks, I suck too much. I appear too incompetent, so no one's gonna doubt his randomly ending the trial. Honestly, most game overs don't ever make sense. Like, you can be on the final presentation, but you get the game over and the judge is like, well, obviously was the defendant, so case closed. And you're like, really? Just ignore everything we got through to get here? But it actually makes sense right now with Strongheart. That's what he would actually want to do right now. I'm surprised he hasn't already done it. That concludes business. Court is adjourned. Womp womp. Well, see y'all next time. Just kidding, come back. Don't go. Don't leave. Retry this scene. Yes. Alright. Is there a secret... way to invest it? How could you? Yeah. Sorry, I got a little closer to the mic there because I was leaning forward to click allow for auto mod. Did I miss? Did I examine it and then press it immediately and it wasn't on it? Is that what happened? I guess that'd be my fault. It's not the passport. How in the world could it be the blood? Alright, what else is there? Are you disoriented yet? How in the world could it be the blood? How does that tie Asogi? It doesn't. I'm gonna try this one again. Alright, it's flashing. It's light blue. Try again.
Got it!
Alright, it is the blood. Somehow. Alright, alright. It's the only other evidence on it. It's the blood. If it's not, then I don't know what to do. Okay, that's also wrong. What? Alright, I'm looking it up. I'm so confused. No, not Polygon. Strategy Wiki. That's what I want. Okay, present passport. No, no, no. Alright, open Gregson's trunk, and depending on the angle, point to the right side where the metal shard is sticking out? Excuse me? Oh my god, how did I not notice that? Alright, that is my fault. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Oh my gosh. Alright, but how does that not count as part of the gash, though? I'm crying and screaming.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. It's so small, too. SMH, yeah. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today. It's the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it, here in this courtroom, for all to see? You didn't. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Professor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi? Kazuma, come on. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So, the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You are following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the Channel to Dunkirk. When we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan... You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword become lodged in the inspector's trunk? Oh yeah. I don't need to answer that. What? The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. I'd say that's sign of attempted murder. And if you had a gun, you would have resorted to option 2. And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. I choose. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. But can I have, like, a replacement so that they don't have to change my model? The great sword Karuma has been entered in the court record. Ah, it's still right there. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Is there anything else? It's too quiet. That'll do. We must take immediate action now, to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. Yeah, I noticed that. He was raising a lot of death flags, too. How do you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku! No one would want to harm a killless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except that is for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, we will face grave difficulties. What? Ah! What? Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Why would him being dead cause me specifically difficulties? Oh, we're just gonna hang out in here, huh? Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. Oh. What is this? Okay. Music sent a chill down my spine for a second there. I felt it from the moment I stepped in the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careening towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll Iris gave us. Oh. I thought we were going to do it in the middle of court and embarrass ourselves. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today... It's Iris, not Gina. Then just pull little Helly's ears as hard as you can possibly can. Blech. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? Yeah, why not? Here goes then, I'm gonna do it. Ace Attorney is not the type of game to give you a game over in like 5 hours because you picked the wrong option here. If it was the wrong option, it would just say, no, you can't. We shouldn't. But in fact, if I picked don't do it, they would probably just deliberate again and then I'd get the option again. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ow! What? That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talk. It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final piece of cargo was loaded. Oh, that was weird. We are currently docked at the Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken the ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station to take a train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So you mean, you've already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes, the world-famous great detective? Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Miss Susato, gently with the genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes? Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. We're playing as Mikotoba. Oh my gosh. It's like that one time in Ace Attorney 3 where spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse at Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert the fact. Not once did I controvert the fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please, for it's precisely that purpose that my partner and I made this journey. I've no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. I mean, you'll still be able to hear. Actually, you probably have bandages all over it. I'm just saying, tearing off the ear would not destroy the eardrums. Although it might... It might be weird hearing without the ear, because, like, sound wouldn't, like, quite come in the same way. It just has little ear holes instead of the shape, because the shape that the ear is, like, it definitely serves a purpose in, like, getting sound into your ear and making it sound a certain way. I guess it's good for the, like, echolocation thing. Anyway, which don't tell me humans can't echolocate. Alright, it's not as good as bats, but you can hear a sound and tell which direction it is from you. That's echolocation, alright? Stereo audio. It's not just left or right, it's forward and back too. It's kind of like, I mean, headphones mimic it, but you can kind of tell how close I am to you now. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know why I did that. Anyway. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine! Oh, that Iris. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half an hour now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigation rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. Is Naples a country? Didn't realize this was an ASMR channel. Yeah, there's this one time when I did a laundry ASMR stream and it was really stupid. That's the only time I've done it. And I wasn't really next to the mic most of the time. I was like away from it. But I did try to, I remembered to talk softly for most of it. And I like flapped the laundry next to the mic, but that doesn't really pick up very well. Anyway, watch the VOD on YouTube. If we don't conclude... Oh, Naples, yeah. There are times, Mikotobo, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Oh, I had to pull out my Russian accent again. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Been a long time, comrade. Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff when you see... His name is Chicken. great detective. Ha! I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes? Poorly? No regrets? I must say, while such an adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently oh, that resolution on his eyes, though. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. He's not the one that said it. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jikoku. There is no one with this name aboard. Well, we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Oh, you mean Eastern man. It's turning German. Been a long time, comrade. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So, Seshiro realized that we're after him, was he? Has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? I didn't do the right voice for that. Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, my old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so the game is afoot. Okay. Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing? Yes. Ah, what is happening? Where is light? No, Sholmes, no! He didn't move, though. Humph. Nobody there. That was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. She'll have to think of another approach. That's a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needed to use it. Sholmes could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. The question is, how? That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. choo, choo. That sounds like big mouse in trap. Choo, 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 choo. Choo, choo. Choo, 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 choo. I will bring bucket of water later to put out of misery. Well, that's kind of dark. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, really, Sholmes? And pray tell what sound do Russian mice make? PP, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. Words. So go ahead, Mikotoba. Do a PP this time. No thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Beep, 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 beep. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. I think we're out of options. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. It's... Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. Was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Get in there. Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Third November, SS Grouse, first class, cabin number 2. Oh yeah, just a heads up. There's like no chance in hell that I'll be finishing this trial today. But I'll probably be able to finish it tomorrow. Because I'm probably going to stop in about 2 hours-ish. And I don't think the case will be over by then. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. Alright, gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go faster, 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 faster. Go, 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 go. There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or... it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Oh! Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce, as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. What? I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know? What's in the garbage? This is a waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I've discovered recently that I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then? When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice 31st October. Following departure from port of... Hey, I wasn't done! What the heck? I should have screen capped that. Oh yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme? Oh my gosh, I can't look at it. Whatever. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Wait. Oh. I was gonna see if the emote threw at me, but I tested earlier that wasn't working. Oh, wait, I'll pay attention this time. KCV, can you post my emote again? I want to see if it throws it at me. Gotta save up for 1 mil and make you say swear. No, it doesn't cost points. It's just the emote. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh, wait. I think I know. BRB. Okay, never mind. I don't know nothing. Weird. I'll just figure that out later. Anyway. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Actually, you know what? I didn't have to be RBI. I could just make the element invisible. Oh well, it's too late. It's too late to apologize. Although it does remind me of something. There we go. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. Can you experience the moment for yourself? You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with dramatic rhetoric. Oh wait, it worked that time. I saw it. Interesting. Does it work if I do it? Hey! It just needed to get refreshed somehow. I didn't actually like change any of the settings. Weird. Complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. But really, Sholm, surely you can just tell me what you said? Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal a stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Ow. Here, you can have those points back. Since you're saving up. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Concuss you so bad, give me my points back. I can't. What happened? What happened? Oh hey, there's a redeem. I don't remember rewarding anyone, so I'll just give the points back. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. You know what I always say, Mikotoba? There's nothing important about trifles. What? It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. What's in the chest? What's in the chest? That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to... Seishiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow, if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though? It's a combination lock. Sadly not, it is a 7-digit combination lock. I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Yeah, there's 7 digits. There's 9,999,999 possibilities. That's a lot. Wait, I forgot about 0. There's 10 million possibilities. It's a lot. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirt, a dressing gown, momohiki work trousers, a tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. I've been lurking, continue to lurk while I sleep. Have a good stream. Okay, thanks for dropping by. I knew you were lurking earlier because that's how you got a gift sub. But thanks for the lurk. Much appreciated. And clearly, Japanese men were accustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. I'm actually very confused on what's, like, actually going on. Like, why did Jigoku run away? What? Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long seas voyage. I found a mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Tisk. Whoever stocks this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. Words. I shall leave a copy behind, I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? The wall's in a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that was hanging on the wall for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outlining on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Hi. You are still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You are waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with hearty Russian profanity far sooner. Hey, no more profanities. Family friendly. I was in trouble with Captain because trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Oh, his brother's, or his cousin's named Beef. I remember. He's Beef Stroganoff and Chicken Stroganoff. Yep. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there's something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kahoy? Kakoy? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! He's in the chest. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Are we doing another great deduction? Nothing would please me more. But what is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Yeah, no dice. This is gonna take like 10 plus minutes. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Goku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Da! That is what I said. Ah, that got German. Gosh, dang it. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows you the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observation skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since last we did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. What contradicts the claim that Jigoku disembarked? The trunk? Eh? I'd say the trunk.
Take that!
Ow. What? I have a health bar for this? Mikotoba, no games now. Now, were my words, were they not? Come, Sholmes, where's the fine life without a little fooling around, Quite right you are. That was a close shave. I better rethink that before I'm the fool here. Shikoku didn't disembark 2 hours ago at all. That was a lie, wasn't it? Of course it was, and I had hoped you would be quicker to point out why. Otherwise, the evidence itself may melt away before our very eyes. Oh. Alright, I'm done. What? It's tap dancing? Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass? How curious that I shouldn't have melted despite it being How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Holmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was... yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here? That's the key to this. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. Masked, huh? I must say, I didn't foresee you ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let us see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. I'm gonna say this one. It's the only thing that's like No! This is one's masking something. That's why it's moved. Take that! I was almost wrong. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Ah, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Grrr. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift the frame off the wall? Is there like a hole in the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. Did Jigoku kill Gregson? Oh. I was thinking it was Strongheart. I still think Strongheart's the Reaper, but... What? Who has been shooting walls? I see. The projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. That was weird. I made an ach sound, but I guess it peaked the mics, so it didn't pick up at all. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ugh. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by his quote-unquote tattoo. I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep the first principles in mind. Study a subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. Oh. Yeah.
Take that!
Got bribed. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world? Money. Ah! And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that the crime has been committed in this cabin. The way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, the matter of deduction, the furtive glance, is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, the minute delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, not even which is barely perceptible. Not even that. You could hardly call it this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Take that!
Yeah. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has breath to breathe, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. Those are numbers. Let's see. 5231045. No, I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me to... It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. 5231045. Ah, my short-term memory though. 5, 2, 3, 0, 1, 4, 5.
Take that!
No, it's refusing to open. Gosh dang it. Short-term memory. Tell me, what number did you use? Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my birthday. What? Your birthday? Interesting. Since, as of today, with that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me. Wow. As measured as ever in response, Sholmes. Alright. 523-0145. 523-1045. 523-1045. 523-1045. 523-1045. 523-1045. The right place? But if you're having a spot of bother, I would always find standing on my head aids my cognitive processes. Five, two, three, 1045. 5, 2, 3, 10. Wait, did I accidentally? I did 0 twice on accident.
Take that!
Gosh dang it. That did it. It opened. It's open. You're open! You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Eugen, you found me now. Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say, your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you? And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. And anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goddess knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now. Can you tell the difference between these two voices? I'm actively, like, doing different things with my throat, but I can't tell if it actually comes across as any different. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in the Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off in its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seshiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is this, Holmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seshiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Genuinely. I'm getting this sussy buck off my head. I put it on my head for first and last. And he's not even here anymore. That's better. But let us pocket it and as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Small component has been entered in the court record. Okay. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Wow. "3rd November, 12:10 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. Prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. Objection. Wait, let me pull this rabbit's ears. No, the trial cannot end now. Because that would suck. That would be inconvenient. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way, and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seshiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku? You found him? Yeah. Y'all suck. But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because, along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point. Adjudication. Is it adjudication or education? Adjudication. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth. Four and a half hours. So here's the thing. At my cursory glance at the guide, I did see that Case 5 is split into 4 sections. There's Trial Part 1, there's Investigation, which we just did, Trial Part 2, and Trial Part 3. I have a feeling that Trial Part 2 and 3 are going to be very long each. So we will continue into Trial Part 2, but we will quit in around an hour from now-ish. And then we will finish Part 2 and do Part 3 tomorrow. Gucci? Gucci. I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling pretty Gucci right now. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. November, 8:07 p.m., Sholmes' suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mako Toba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor is Sogi. Had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. Wait, did that investigation we just did count as Trial Part 1? And now we're on investigation? Uh-oh. When this all started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hadn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? I need hydration check. We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Yes. I picked up this as at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. What? You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. On, what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding? Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. I'm sorry, Harley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. But Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. But... Oh! Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. Yeah, that sounds about right. What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Eh? Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. How many plot twists? How many plot twists? About the same thing. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Why not? Why not? So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. Don't tell me it was the professor. What? It had to have been someone who worked on the autopsy. So... It was Wilson, Mikotoba, and Scythe? That doesn't make sense. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. about that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. It all looks mouth-wateringly good. Indeed it does. And if it were accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on that? I don't think I've ever had pheasant. Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court. Or indeed, for drowning one's sorrows after defeat. I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes. He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. Well, let's take one more good look around, huh? If I've remembered correctly, this large imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that moved when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow. Alright, this is all dialogue. Alright. I assume everything else is going to be all dialogue. Unless it's explicitly new. Yep, everything else looks the same. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Harley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of father for you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Hey, that's a Pokemon. Talk to me. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. So that was that the telegram at the end of the last game? The Morse code one? What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. Okay, so it is. So Asogi, that's Kazuma Asogi, A. Shin, Gregson, and J. Wilson. So they're all dead except for Asogi. Of course, last time it was Wilson and Asogi who were dead, and Gregson and Shin were alive. But Asogi's not dead after all. Spoilers. They came up with that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kei Sogi, Asian T. Gregson J. Wilson. But we didn't find out the names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here a message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jikoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of phone names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. We looked up that word earlier, but I don't remember what it was. Yes, Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you? Onerous? Alright, we will look that one up, actually.
Onerous.
Involving an amount or effort and difficulty that is oppressively burdensome. Yeah, okay. Dun, 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 dun. And in my name? I wonder what Geisley opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jikoku. He was the intended recipient. Gregson, Wilson, Asuki, shit. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Remember when that was like the biggest state secret? Oh hey, these! Following departure from Fort of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Okay. And what is this? You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Alright. Alright then. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, All that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Suzato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangements between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Cosmo from coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue the voyage to England? I do not remember Hosanaga's voice. In terms of the study tour, the terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. I think he had kind of like a slightly, like a noble-ish voice. In light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. I don't know. That was not a noble-ish voice that I just did. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications. Mr. Sholmes, we know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Suzato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I suppose it never did make sense that he just tripped on a cat and died. It's kind of a silly way for a main character to die. Then again, case 1, 2. I mean, she didn't trip on a cat. It was deliberate murder, but still. Losing a major character in one of the weakest cases in the series. Alright. 1, 2. Forget. If you're gonna play Ace Attorney, forget I said that. Spoilers. Whoops. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh! An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. What? Alright. We'll start presenting stuff, I guess. There's no room for doubt with your instruction in this telegram, Mr. Sholm. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. And all those people are still alive. It truly would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. Okay. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details. Are you kidding? But you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of names was wired to the recipient Jikoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. Well, she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, K. Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. How did protecting Gregson go for you, Sholmes? Sorry, that's mean. Sorry. Still though. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So you already knew who Cosmo-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I had recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? Yeah, I kind of forgot about that part. I didn't know. Oh, Iris! Crap! I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. Oh, I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew of the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. All cattywampus, as it were. What? Topsy? Topsy-turvy. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? What do you mean? I believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Assassin was a killer. So this telegram was a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Miss Dr. Wilson. So my hypothesis is that Asogi doesn't fit it, though. It would be that they're all part of the Reaper. But Kazuma, I mean, okay, there could be a different K Asogi, but... Huh. For visiting student status being merely a front. Ah! Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So, the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination? I can't believe the first case of Game 1, they never dropped the motive for the killer, and now they reveal it. That's such... oh my gosh. That's such a long dangling thread. Payoff's pretty good, though. And for armed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And this mission was... the assassination of the Mark. The Mark was Gregson. No way. Young Mr. Sogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? That's why he's allowed his sword? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. Keisogi kills Gregson, Aishin kills Wilson? I'm shook. I am shooketh. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction would be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention in the very highest levels. The highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean that Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Alright, but my money's on Kazuma was planning on not fulfilling the assassination part originally before his amnesia stuff, and he was gonna go try to avenge his father somehow by lawyering it up and exposing the corruption. Something? I don't know. I still want to try to believe in Kazuma, but it's real tough right now. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Holy crap! Hi, Iris. Iris. It's Iris. Alright, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Ellie? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. Hmm? I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Cersei would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I'd be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you teach me all the ways, you know, to throw Runo to the floor? Hey. Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. So who the heck is her father? Is it Sholmes? If it is, why the heck all the mystery? It's actually Judge Jigoku. It's actually Lord Strongheart. It's actually Genshin Asogi. It's actually... Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hehe. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. Alright, so this was the investigation section. I guess. It wasn't that long, though. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jikoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an ever greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time, I felt sure I would see light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aww. Aww. He's cute. Alright. Well, I think that we do call it. So, well, now it's time for so long. Holy crap. Alright. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm stunned. The build-up across both games to all of this, and we're probably not even done. There's probably like 3 more plot twists somehow. Man, trust me. It's really hard for me to stop playing right now, but I'll finish it tomorrow. And wow. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for lurking and etc. Thanks for chatting, of course. I always appreciate the chatters, because I don't always get them. Guilt trip. No, but really, it means a lot whenever you chat. It really does. It really does. But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow, and until next time, my peeps, this parrot is out. Ow! Ah!